fucking name.
What's up, guys, girls, and non-binary pals? I'm Jackal. Hi, Tats. I am quite sick at the moment. Struggling to sleep when it comes to nighttime because of a stuffy nose and all that. Because of a cold. But I usually feel better as the day goes on. So this morning I felt like garbage. But I've managed to do some things, and I've eaten, and now I've gotten most of my shit together and done all of the main things. So now...
Whoa! Is a certified Chad.
You are a certified Chad, Tats. Thank you very much, and I hope to feel better soon. But yeah, now I'm ready to do some fucking artwork. So shall we do some fucking artwork? Now, I can't go into too many specifics on this, but... because of something that I'd already won a runner-up prize for a different contest, I have been invited back to do a different contest for the same people, and it's those of us who were number 1, 2, and 3. All three of us are invited back to do another mini contest between ourselves, and the winner gets 200 quid, which isn't bad. And it is for this like gathering festival venue event thing, and basically we are designing the main illustration that goes on the program. And there's going to be one for summer and one for autumn, 2 different designs. So, my current idea at the moment is this kind of a thing. So this was my little pencil drawing sketch that I quickly coloured through. For like a summer theme, to have like a bunch of different themes, characters, elements from different stories. So we've got like, up here we've got like James and the Giant Peach, that's the peach. And then here's the Hungry Caterpillar. And then here's like Ratty on the boat from Wind in the Willows. And then we've got big footprints and a big shoe from Gulliver's Travels. And just because we've got a dog in the water, because, you know, dogs are amazing and people love them. And then I might have like a little character in with the flowers to be Thumbelina. And there's like loose pages coming down the river because it's a book theme. So it's all got to be about books and stuff. So I've got books on everybody and everywhere with pages floating. And yeah, so I thought I would find a stretch of river somewhere vaguely in the same region as me. And find an outline around that. So this was... this is the river. I've blanked the name of it, of course. But then I've sort of done a quick outline over it. And I need to decide which section of it is going to fit this thing quite well. So this is it's sort of quite a square aspect, really. So, and because I want to have a lot of the river in it, but I also kind of want there to be a bend in it. I'm thinking of having like this bit. So it being like this section, my square. Because then I've got the person can sort of be drifting here. And the pages are going downstream. And then the big footprint can be over here. And then another big footprint over here. You know? And then like the giant peach around here. And maybe the hungry caterpillar comes over here and makes like a bridge across the river. And the hungry caterpillars are enormous. Maybe Winnie the Pooh and Piglet are playing poo sticks on the river as well. Basic shit like that. So that's where I'm going with this at the moment. That's what my thought is. Yeah, so that's the idea that I've got at the moment. is that stretch of the river. So yeah, I'm gonna start working on it, I think, with that in mind. So let's. No, I didn't want to do that. Let's get the exact proportions. That bit feels good. That bit feels like a good stretch. But then this bit, with that little patch in the middle, that might be nice. The thing is that their logo is going to be on the top left. And I like having the river, like, lead down away from it. Because then it draws the reader's eye down the page. Maybe something like that. So then... then we can get drawing on this, I think. Yeah. How are you doing, Tats? How's kiddo? People tend to walk with their toes pointed slightly outwards, so that's why I'm doing that. And these are going to be trees. I'm going to get proper references for these and actually draw them correctly. Just compositionally, I want to see what it's going to look like. Whoa. It's a thick boy. Hello. How's it going? The rules are about D&D. They're not about the rest of it. Chat rules are chat rules. Just don't be a dick, basically. How are you doing? You doing good? Nice. This is for a contest. It's a small run contest between 3 of us that we had been invited to do a bookmark design last year. And 3 of us got the top 3 positions. I was one of the... Pardon me. I was one of the runners-up. And all 3 of us have been invited back to design for the program for the event that they're going to be doing. And basically we have to do 1 design for summer and 1 design for autumn or fall. And this is the beginnings of my design for the summer. I basically want it to look like lots of different things from different stories. So we've got Gulliver's Travels with the footsteps. We've got James and the Giant Peach with the big peach at the bottom. We've got the Very Hungry Caterpillar going across the river like a bridge. We've got Winnie the Pooh and Piglet on the Hungry Caterpillar, dropping poo sticks in the water. Then we've got Ratty in the boat at the top from Wind in the Willows. And then everybody's got a book somewhere about. So there's one on the picnic blanket and one person up here leaning up against the ice cream. And there's loose pages floating down the river with this person who's just peacefully asleep, lying on their back in the river. And yeah, that's the basic idea of it at the moment. But I'm just still in the sketching phase of it at the moment. And I don't know... Thanks. It's going to be pretty... It's going to be pretty interesting to play around with it, but the deadline is 9 days away. So I've got to get it done quick. And my usual process is to use ink outlines. And I don't know whether it would make sense to do that this time. I'm kind of feeling like I should make it look like it's paper cut, because that would make more sense thematically. But I don't want it to be unclear what everything is, because this is going to be printed small on like an A5 thing. Imagine this as part of an A5, right? So that would be like a few blocks up and a few more blocks down, and then that's it. And it would be small in your hand. So I kind of don't want to lose too much detail from this. But this is exactly the dimensions and like dots per inch, you know, like detail, like resolution, that it will be printed in. So whatever I do on this page is going to have exactly that detail in the printer. So that helps. But yeah, at the moment I'm still just sort of figuring it out. I haven't decided what I'm going to do with the sort of art style yet. Here we've got like a little picnic basket. Some drinks. A couple of paper plates with some sandwiches cut into triangles on them. Little kid running. So yeah, and apologies if I sniff a lot on stream. I've got a cold at the moment. I don't know if you can hear it in my voice. I certainly can. Yeah. So this was just a fun idea that I had about Gulliver from Gulliver's Travels. That he drops his ice cream, and then it sort of starts floating and dissolving into the river. So there's like a bit of a colour thing. Strawberry! Welcome in, Strawberry. How you doing? I'm doing art. I'm just quickly sketching around all of these so that I can see whether the darker line works or whether I want to do just flat colour and do a painterly style. Either way would be valid, but it's just what would work better on the page. Doing okay-ish, still sick. I'm sick too, probably in a different way. But yeah, I've got a cold at the moment. But I tend to feel better as the day goes on, whenever I'm unwell. So I thought, if I'm going to get this done at any point, it's probably going to be now. Because the deadline's only 9 days away, and it's a contest for 200 quid. If I get it. And I don't want to show up, you know, with my hands in my pockets saying, sorry, I didn't even try. So I had a cold, because that's not going to look great for me. Right. I personally feel like this is too dark. I feel like this is too dark. Do you know what I mean? Like it's supposed to be for a book festival. I feel like it needs to have more colour in it, and just having this as like ink outlines on such a small image, I think that the black is going to get oppressive. I kind of feel like it needs to have more, like just flat colour. So, yeah, I'm not really feeling it right now. Let's get back to this one. Just lower the opacity. Actually, I might not use that one. I might use this one for my sketch now and then just lower that opacity. Okay. Right. So, I want to get down a good base colour. And it's supposed to be summer. So we want to have some yellow in there. So yellowy green. Great. Now the blue for the river. I want it to be light. A bit of aqua to it. No. Bloody fumbling my controls. Yeah. But then... let's try this one. Now I'm not feeling the greens so much. It feels too neon. That looks a bit better. What am I going to use to make this? Or what am I using to make this? You like the yellow green, it looks nice. So that's what it was. Yeah, I kind of prefer it that way. So I am using an iPad Pro. That's what you're seeing mirrored on the screen at the moment, iPad Pro. And it's mirrored on the screen using a program called Air Screen Mirroring Receiver. And that's how you get it to look on your screen. The actual output from the iPad screen to the computer screen is not 100%. It doesn't 100% reflect what colours I'm seeing. Because when I look at that screen now, you're barely seeing any of this transparency. It's only on 4%, but like I'm seeing it like that to me, whereas to you it looks like that. So it's hard for you to sort of see all of that. Right. So yeah, I do like that blue, but I need to do something a bit more accurate with it. Procreate. I'm using Procreate. Procreate is a classic staple of most digital artists' repertoire. You get an iPad, you get Procreate, you get a stylus, you get drawing. It's how I got back into art. I got Procreate. I got an iPad Pro years ago. And I got back into art that way. And I just found it was when I was living in London. I found a a useful app for reference images and just for quick inspiration. And it was called Sketchy. Sketchy, but without the E. It's since been renamed Museum. And people basically upload pictures onto there for others to use as inspiration. And once you've done whatever drawing you're going to do with that inspiration, you then upload it and it tags it with that person's image. So they get to see that somebody has used your image to do some artwork. And that's pretty cool for them, because then they know that they're inspiring people. But people make whole careers out of it. There's some people on there who hold like paid tutorials where you'll have like an online art lesson basically as part of a group with the other people on there. And yeah, you can end up learning a lot from people on there. There's some people on there that are incredible. And it doesn't have to be iPad art that you do. In fact, they don't even encourage that. They encourage that it's physical art that you take photos of. They don't really like iPad art, but yeah. Misusing Procreate, your tablet has decided to crash every time you try to draw. That sucks. That really sucks. Okay. So I'm going to need a darker green for the trees. Yeah, so you can see that over the blue, but you can't see it over the green for whatever reason. The green's just not allowing it to show up on your end. It is on mine. Anyway, so I need a deeper green. So let's just sample that. Saving up for a new one, which you might be able to get December, February time. Nice. See ya. Have a good day, whatever you're up to. Happy time zone. Hey, Strawberry. The Critters group just fought and beat an ancient gold dragon, which had max HP of like 550. But yeah, they got it was a session where they didn't know what the threat was going to be at the end of it, but they knew that they could recruit other beasts and monstrosities and stuff to join them, and whoever they did, they would have to lose part of their share of the 240k. So they sacrificed half of it, which meant that at the end, between the four of them, they got 30k each from killing this dragon. Yeah. They nearly died multiple times. only because of one particularly helpful moment where Luca managed to dodge a huge breath weapon that the dragon did. The dragon had all four of them inside of its cone and got basically everybody but Luca down to below 0 HP. Feeling so sick, yeah, I feel that. A lot of people are feeling unwell at the moment. I felt really sick when I had COVID the last time, but it felt just like what I've got at the moment, just on steroids. Do you know what I mean? Like snotty, unable to breathe, coughing constantly, full of mucus. Just not nice. Really not nice. I couldn't sleep last night because I couldn't breathe. So we've got this other project that I'm doing besides this one. And I have to, we're doing it like self-led. And this project, which is, you know, self-led, I want to do mine on trying to encourage disabled people into doing martial arts and trying to overcome whatever anxiety and barrier that they might have to do that. And I have ideas for how to design it, but I wanted the input of actually disabled martial artists to see what was it that gave you anxiety in the first place, etc. How did you overcome that, and all of that. And pardon me. So while I couldn't sleep last night, I was on my phone and I was searching through everything, like how to find these people online. And I found 4 Paralympians from the UK. All of them had Instagram accounts. So I contacted each one of them with a different message each. Same questions for all of them. One of them has read the message but hasn't replied. The other 3 haven't. So I was like, okay, let me see what else I can find. And thankfully, someone's made a blogspot website about disabled martial artists and their contact details, like what you know got them disabled, what they're doing now, what their age is, what their achievements are, and all of that. And I found this one person who is she was born without arms, and her name is Jessica Cox. She's a prominent motivational speaker. She's a black belt in Taekwondo. She has no arms, like congenital, like at the shoulders, nothing. She's the first person with no arms to get a black belt in Taekwondo. She's the first woman to fly an aeroplane with just her feet. She's incredibly inspiring, and she was one of the few people that I emailed, and she got back to me. She got back to me with a bunch of different answers and said, like, is there anything that I can help you with? It's really important, you know, gave me some tips and insights. One major thing that she said was people who... One major thing that she said was a lot of people, when they are depicted in these, like, disability campaigns, often it's just a person in a wheelchair. They don't, like, depict any other disabilities. They just use the wheelchair as a catch-all for every disability. So it would be nice if you could show a variety. And I was like, oh yeah, for sure. Like, the main one that I've got going at the moment, the first sketch that I have, is of a blindfolded woman. So, you know, like a blind woman, who's fighting off an attacker at night. And then, of course, I could do somebody who's an amputee, or, you know, an amputee from birth, and stuff like that. And I thought that yeah, that would be pretty cool to be able to represent people in all those different ways. But one of the ways that I do want to aim the campaign is towards animals. Because I don't want to make it look like it's a... I don't want to make it look like it's hero worship. Hidden Disability's got more representation as a person, but yeah, I know what you mean. Same. Yeah, so... But the thing is, because it's a hidden disability, it's hard to depict that visually. Purely based on the fact that it's a hidden disability. Do you get what I mean? And I mean, I'm autistic, and I'm about to have my ADHD assessment, and I couldn't tell you how to depict it visually. On like a person. I know like symbols and stuff, but how do you even make a person look like a symbol? Do you get what I mean? So yeah, the idea was that to try and bring more disabled people to martial arts, because it's a very worthwhile and helpful and inclusive environment in many ways. And you'd be surprised what you can achieve when you put your mind to it. Like Jessica said, one of the main things that we had to overcome first off was people asking questions like, well, how are you going to block? How are you going to punch when you don't have arms? And she said that one of the main ways that we overcame that was, instead of punching, I did front kicks. It's like, makes sense. Makes sense. Yeah, I get that. Honestly, my ideas were sharing them with daily tasks. Well, this is it, right? So one of them is out and about at night, which is a time that a lot of people feel vulnerable, women especially these days. But it's always been a problem. Then I wanted to have another person who's like in a wheelchair using one of those like shopping cart, shopping trolleys that attaches to the front of their wheelchair, so that we've got that as well. And they're defending themselves in like the supermarket or whatever. And then like I thought of maybe having two kids that are like one's being bullied or whatever, and they're like standing their ground and all this. Because the idea is that it's supposed to be about subconscious motion. That was my prompt that was picked at random. And my subconscious motion took me to muscle memory of, like martial arts and stuff. And then that then led me down a rabbit hole of fight or flight. And my lecturers were like, I like the idea of both of those. Fight or flight is really interesting, especially. That could be really good if you could do a campaign to try and get people into it, So going about day-to-day things, yes. But doing something like a hidden disability in that way, I don't know how I would even go about that in a day-to-day life way, One of the main things that I asked her towards the end, she was like, I'm about to go and do a demonstration on a world stage. Is there anything that I can do for you for the campaign? And I was like, honestly, I just need to know like what your ideas are about the theming. I want to use animals as part of it, as like your spirit animal. Problem representing autism is that it's a big spectrum. Not everyone is going to have the same problems. Exactly the point. I can't do it for that. I think I'm going to have to focus it down onto like physical ailments. Things like blindness you can do with like, a blindfold. Things like Amputations, easy. Wheelchairs, easy. Cerebral palsy, less easy, but it's possible. But doing something in the mind, not sure that that's going to be particularly easy for me to depict. And I think that the rest of the campaign would be sufficient to sort of drive someone in that situation towards it. Yeah. So one of the things that I was researching as part of it for the visuals was animals. That people have got a misconception about gender roles in the animal kingdom. And there isn't necessarily such a thing as gender in the animal kingdom, but it's not really a sex role either, because that just doesn't really sound right off the tongue. Do you know what I mean? So gender role is the way I'm wording it. But basically, that a lot of creatures, a lot of species that people equate with being male dominant aren't actually that they are female dominant or they are family led. So like the whole alpha wolf thing. Hey Nia, welcome in. The whole like alpha wolf thing doesn't it's actually complete fallacy. The guy who wrote the research on it realized afterwards that he'd misunderstood what he was witnessing, and that it was in actual fact the family unit was dominant and not just the male. So he spent the rest of his career trying to disprove his own research, but nobody paid any attention to it. And everyone just kept latching on to the idea of this alpha wolf thing. And now it's just pervading all of our existence. That, you know, I'm an alpha, I'm a sigma, I'm a beta, you know, all of that shit. So that's bullshit. And then also, like, lions. People are like, oh yeah, pride of lions, the king of the jungle. For one, they don't exist in the jungle. That's tigers. Get it right. And two, the lion is not actually the king. The lion is there to fuck. And barely anything else. The lionesses are the ones who run the whole pride. The lionesses are the ones who are in charge. They might not have the big mane, but Jesus Christ, are they in charge? And they know what they're doing when they get the guy to, you know, make them pregnant, to put it, you know, in a family-friendly way. They just sort of, you know, walk up to them and flash them what they need, and then they get pregnant, and that's the thing continuing. But that's a matriarchal thing. The other thing as well is African elephants and boa constrictors as well. Matriarchal. Tons of them. Hyenas. Matriarchal. Hyenas, the females are bigger than the males. Praying mantises. Manti, I don't know. Black widow spiders. There's even a species of lizard which is female only. There are no males in the species. It's called parthenogenesis. Their embryos are born pregnant, and they only give birth to female whiptail lizards. So a whiptail lizard is a female-only species. They don't need men. And yet, the female seahorse fertilizes the egg while it's in there, but then transfers it into the male. I think it's that way around. A lot of frogs do that. They have a lot of like frogs and toads. They have like pouches on their back where they like have the thing fertilized, and then on the back they'll have like these little holes all the way all over their entire back. It's really bad. He got tryptophobia and you see it. But yeah, it's like holes on holes on holes all over the back, and then when they're all tiny frogs, they all jump out. Yeah, a lot of creatures do that. But clownfish was one of the ones that I had on my list. Clownfish are the female is the lead, and they have a queue of men. And when the female dies, the top man then changes into the female, and then all the rest of the men queue up for that one, and so on. It continues. Same as anglerfish. Anglerfish, the female is the big bitey one with the flashlight at the top, and the male is a tiny, tiny little dweeb who only exists to give her sperm. Because when they mate, he latches onto her so that he can continue to pump sperm into her, and eventually he gets absorbed into her, and he is just a thing. I mean, look at bees as well. The queen bee, whenever the male bees copulate with her, their penis gets ripped off from their abdomen, and they die immediately. Yeah. So yeah, that's one of the things that I want to do. I want to use that part of that research to show like spirit animals in the campaign, so that when a disabled person in the design is like defending themselves or striking out at someone, that an animal, like an image of the animal, strikes with them. So it looks like they've got, you know, the heart of a bear or something like that. Because that's another one, is polar bears are matrilineal. Matriarchal. So yeah, polar bears are female dominant. Hello, Blood. / Giddy. Whoever you are. I am doing this kind of a scene for a contest. But when I get this down to the transparency that I like it to be, you can't see it over the green bit for some reason. It just doesn't work. Don't know why. But the idea is that I'm doing this for a contest. And there's only me and 2 other people invited to do the contest. Because it was from the bookmarks. If you remember seeing the bookmarks. The bookmarks, that got me runner-up. So the winner and myself and the other runner-up, we've all... Oh, and I'm sick, by the way, if you can't tell by my voice. Yeah, so the 3 of us have been invited to do this, and the winner of this will then get 200 quid. And it will get printed on the program for their festival. So we've got to do one for summer and one for autumn, and this is the beginnings of my design for summer. I want to do this without the ink, because when you look at it with the ink, it's too dark. That's way too dark. I don't enjoy it. And normally I would. Normally that's my art style, you know, doing it with the black, but I just don't like it in this case. I think it needs to be different. So I'm going different. How are you? Are you well? I'll give 10 points to the first person that realizes what I'm drawing today. Works, this chunky thing. Work sucks today. Been holding back tears for 30 minutes, thinking about leaving early. Wow. It's really that bad? Fuck, man. Sorry to hear that. There's no hug command here. We don't hug. No touchy. No touchy. Yeah, I'll give you 5 points if you can figure out what it is I'm drawing here. A bong? No. Come on. You gotta know, right? Bridge, yes. But what is the bridge? It's from a book. A very famous book for kids. Book? Yes, book. You really not got it? How about when I add this bit? Hungry Caterpillar! Bing, 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 bing! Hey, Crooked! Welcome. We have a winner! The Hungry Caterpillar. The very hungry caterpillar. Very, very hungry. Honestly, me most of the day. Like, I don't recognize hunger internally. That's just my thing. Oh, and it's not blood, it's giddy, by the way. Yeah, so I don't recognize hunger internally, but I do always want to snack. I could snack like a motherfucker at any time of day. I just fucking love sweet shit. I could eat any chocolate any time of day. You name the day and I'll fucking do it. So, Crooked, this is basically a contest that I've been invited into because of the because I got runner up in the bookmark competition, and this is for their program. We have to do one for the summer and one for the autumn. And so this is going to be my summer one. And I just want to have some cool references to different books in it. And I want to have... This one is going to be a bridge of the Hungry Caterpillar, the Very Hungry Caterpillar. And then I've got other references elsewhere. So that's one of his eyes. So then we're going to have Gulliver's Travels is one of these. So, so that's people in the water. Yes. So there's you like the little scribbles on the back of this caterpillar, right? So this is going to be without the ink. So that's going to be it flat, but I am going to add some shading to it to bring out the like 3D-ness of it. But yeah, there is a boat. This is the full ink. But I'm not putting the ink on it. The ink is going to go. But yeah, it's a book theme. So it has to have reading in it. And it's got to have like multiculturals and stuff. So I've got James and the Giant Peach at the bottom here. And the Very Hungry Caterpillar is coming out of it. And then we've got a character from Winning the Willows in the boat. And Gulliver has left his footprints across, and he's dropped an ice cream there, and someone's leaning against it reading. And this person who's laying on their back in the water, I was thinking of making him Where's Wally? We call him, or Where's Waldo? They called him in America. So I was thinking of making that him, and him having like a book on his stomach, and the loose pages of the book trailing all the way down the river. And then on the back of the Hungry Caterpillar here, you can see, hang on. You can see these guys. That is going to be Winnie the Pooh and Piglet playing Pooh Sticks. Yeah. So that's where we are at the moment. That's the idea. First thought are the Gegis and the Little I Am Me. They're my favourite childhood books. I haven't got a clue what Gegis is. But good luck to you, lad. Right. The Little I Am Me. I love that book. I've never heard of it. What is... I don't know what The Little I Am Me is. Do I need to Google this? Oh. Never heard of it, mate. Never heard of it. Right. Let's do the ice cream cone next. Because this is going to change the river as well. So, Crooked, I got... last night, I couldn't sleep. Because I couldn't breathe. So I couldn't sleep because I couldn't breathe. So because I've got another project that I'm doing at the moment, where I'm trying to, it's a self-led thing, and I really want to make mine about trying to bring disabled people into martial arts. I last night when I couldn't sleep at like 2 in the morning, as well as being on Giddy's stream, I also found a bunch of people who are prominent martial artists who have physical disabilities and messaged each of them. There were 4 Paralympians from Great Britain who I messaged on Instagram because their Instagrams are like, public profiles. One of them read it and hasn't replied, and the other 3 haven't even read it. So I also found a bunch of people online on a blogspot who have their emails publicly accessible, and one of those is a motivational speaker who's very prominent, is like a world record holder for being the first person with no arms to become a black belt in Taekwondo, and is also the first woman with no arms to fly a plane. And I emailed all of those people, bunch of them, including her, Jessica Cox, and she's actually replied. Same day she replied with a bunch of advice, really supportive. Said that she's about to do a demonstration on the world stage. I don't know what that means, but she said, is there anything I can do for your campaign? And I was like, you could tell me what, if the idea of animals resonates with you. But I don't have a fleshed out campaign at the moment to actually like introduce it there. So I don't know what else she would want for it and stuff. But she said that she's seen too many. She's seen a lot of like disability awareness and campaigns like this that just use wheelchair users as a catch-all for all disabled people. So she said that she would really appreciate it if there was more representation of other disabilities like herself. She was born with no arms. So yeah, I've managed to get the support and backing of her, and the big boss man at my martial arts club is also supporting it. He's basically said that if I need to use his like brand, because his martial arts club is a charity, if I want to use his brand as like what do you call it, as part of the campaign, then I'm welcome to. I've said to him I want to do this for more than just disabled people, to be honest. But my university lecturers have suggested that I just do it for that to begin with, because it's going to make it a more impactful campaign, and it'll make me win the contest essentially, because we have like we can win a prize, which I'll explain if you want me to. But yeah, we basically, like I've said, once the campaign's done and the contest winners are announced, I will go back to this project and I'll retool it so that it's a campaign for this club. You'd like to hear more? Okay, so it's a charity. There was a young man, a graphic designer, who died of COVID a few years ago. He was a bright, shining star in the world of design. He was already professionally and internationally renowned for his amazing design work, even just as a student. And then he died of COVID, unfortunately. I mean, anybody of any talent level, it would still be unfortunate, but they felt it particularly strongly about him because he was also just a very welcoming, kind individual. And his family members and his lecturer wanted to create a charity to honour his name, so they did. And they give grants to students who uphold his values, being, kind and going the extra mile and being nice to people and generous and helpful with your time and your expertise and stuff. I got nominated for that grant in the first year that it came about, which I was very humbled by, that they would nominate me for all of those qualities. But I was very, very delighted to at least have the nomination. I didn't win. Somebody else did win, who I believe is a disabled girl who showed, perseverance in the face of disability, which is 100% a worthy thing to win for. I, what's the word? I didn't win, etc. We move on. But there's a competition that they do every year. Right, it's great to just be nominated for such a prestigious thing. And I've got it in my CV, my resume, which is really cool, because then I can say that to anybody that, looks me up and stuff. But they also have this competition, which is a competition where you can win a 1 month paid internship in one of 8 different graphic design studios. This year it's 8. Last year it was 10. Each one of the studios for this contest, each one of the studios has submitted to the charity a phrase that is like a jumping off point phrase for people to use to just make whatever comes from it. Go on tangents, think up whatever you like, but go on one of those tangents. You don't get to find out which studio gave each nomination until the contest. It will be judged as part of the module if you don't want to enter, but if you do want to enter, it's like 20 quid. But you'll get like a month's worth of wages out of it, so if you do win, then it's worthwhile. It's basically just to cover the fees of doing the whole thing. What else? You don't get to pick what phrase you get. You have to spin a roulette wheel, and whatever it lands on, you then have to use. My phrase is subconscious motion. It's not just our university that's participating, however. It is, in actual fact, 5 different universities that are participating in this contest. So not only will I be competing against like the 6 other people that had the same thing as me, but I'll be competing against 4 other universities that are also doing the same contest and will have the same prompts. So my tangent I went on so many different tangents and down such a massive rabbit hole. Big competition. I went down such a massive rabbit hole from subconscious motion, and it's ended me with muscle memory, because that reminded me of martial arts, and then fight or flight. And my lecturers were like, fight or flight's really cool. And I had moved on from that idea and gone on to a different idea of, well, maybe I could do this about protecting women at night, because walking home can be a dangerous thing. And they said, well, you could do that, but it would be so much more impactful if you didn't do women and disabled people. If you just did the disabled people part, that would be so much more impactful, especially for the contest. And you can always come back and do the women part later. So that's what I'm going to do. So I've then reached out to all of these people and got my answer back and stuff, and I'm doing my absolute best to do a worthy representation of themselves. But yes, big competition. Enormous competition. Hello again, Geo. I hope you're resting well, Geo. I'm not, because I can barely breathe. But I hope you are, at least. Wish you all the best of this. But I am sure that you'll do great. I mean, hopefully. But I did a lot of detail in the bookmarks, and I still only got second place. So, because the thing is that they gave us this... They gave us this, what do you call it? They gave us a prompt where they said, don't do the obvious. So then someone did the obvious, and they picked them for the winner. And I'd gone for the unobvious route, and then I realised afterwards, oh, this is another case where being autistic is my downfall, because they saw through the lines, like read between the lines, and realised that they're saying don't do the obvious because they want to appear to be quirky and original, when in actual fact, as an organisation, they just basically know what they like and they're too afraid to ask for it. And I get that. A lot of clients are like that with design and art, because it's like, well, do you want it to be photoreal, or do you want it to be a representation of what you think the reality is? Do you know what I mean? There's difference. There's a big difference. And people get that muddled. So yeah, I was just like, yeah, okay. If that's what you actually want, then we do it that way. But just say that. Oh, I should probably have that underneath the trees, eh? Okay. Right. I'm going to duplicate this and I'm going to save it, because I don't know whether this is going to be successful or not. Wait. Yeah. Is this actually doing it? Why is it not doing it? Fucking hell, man. It's either all or nothing. Try that way. That's better. I'm very lucky, though, because, well, doing great doesn't always mean getting first place. Yeah, I understand that you would like to see your efforts rewarded, but if your concept and idea could turn into something impactful in the future, that's already worth it. I know, right? Well, it will mean that basically my martial arts club will get a free advertising campaign out of it. They just have to pay for whatever they print it onto, or if they, release an advert anywhere, then that would be their cost to pay it. But the design aspect of it would be free. So that's something, Can't sniff at that. One good thing about this project, this contest that I'm doing this drawing for today, is that I am friends with the person who won last year. So I have tapped him for his knowledge. He's helped me a lot. He's suggested certain things that I have incorporated. And some things that I'd already considered, but it's good to have confirmed, you know? Okay, let's just see this again without the ink. Moment of truth. I like that. I think that works. So this is the ice cream like dripping into the river. I feel like I could maybe make it thinner up at the top though. Like it spreads a little bit more as it comes out. Yeah. It will all have shading on eventually, so it's not going to look this flat. But yeah, this is the design that I'm going with basically at the moment. This kind of a thing. Right. So we want to have somebody sat reading. God damn it. Google's image search is shit. I'm gonna have to just figure this out. That's not gonna work. Bit brighter. Better. I don't know if I know that one. What's the tattletale? Furby-like fictional creature from the same game, but it rattles at you. It tattles on you when it's hungry, or when its battery's low, or when it needs to be brushed. It's been almost a decade since it came out. Jesus Christ. That sounds like hell, and I don't know why you have that thing. I can't imagine anybody wanting something like that. Do you know what I mean? Like, why put yourself through that shit? Just sounds like work. It's hell, especially when Mama Tattletale appears. She kills you when you or the Tattletale make noise by either sprinting or when the Tattletale needs something, but it was once my favourite game for a while. Then I forgot it for the last 7 years, and now we're back on. The songs made around it are honestly good, especially Don't Tattle on Me. Tattletale rap, Jesus Christ. It sounds like more fuss than it's worth, to be honest. Based on the same mechanics as any other horror game. Well, yeah, sounds like it. Well, I'm quite happy with those hands. I knocked those out quite quickly. I feel like the head could be smaller though. I've had an idea of turning this character, drifting down the river, into Little Red Riding Hood. I don't really play horror games, to be honest, other than Dead by Daylight. And that I only play on stream, and it still irritates the shit out of me. My problem is none of them scare me. You have to do everything all over and over again? Yeah. It's just annoying, man. Go take your medication. Important stuff. Anybody else who's not taking their medication, if they should have, go and do it. I'm going to finish this drink and I'm going to put a lozenge in my mouth. I've got some lovely lemon strepsils. Love a strepsil. Ooh, listen to that ASMR of the packet. Welcome back. Hmm. I've got James and the Giant Peach. I've got Gulliver. I've got the Very Hungry Caterpillar. I'm about to do Badger in the boat. I've got Little Red Riding Hood drifting down the river. I've got books everywhere. I need to do a book on this. Don't know. Or a few books. A few books would be good. Oh, come on. I've made a new layer. You love the lineless? Yeah, I don't do it normally. It's not my comfort zone, you know what I mean? Okay. It's getting somewhere.
World of Mars has redeemed pointless argument for 1000 points.
Polar bears should be the soup what? What do you mean by soup? Supreme rulers of the world. Okay. Polar bears should be the supreme rulers of the world. Hmm. Eh. Also, yeah, hi. It should have started the pointless argument thing, but it's not done it. I wonder if the countdown's failed. We'll do it. I've got it on here anyway, so we could just do it. Okay, so the polar bears should be the supreme rulers of the world because, for one, they're matriarchal. Two, they are incredibly athletic. Three, we have like torched the globe to the point that we've melted their almost all of their ice-borne landmass. So they're now left in captivity or in starving. The only thing that we have left to give them is the world, because let's face it, they would be able to decide how the climate should be treated, and they're an apex predator that could easily kill us, and we're dumbasses that shouldn't rule. There you go. Also, Demi! Welcome in, Demi. It's good to know that at least it works manually, but yeah, the automatic one didn't work. And yes, it is the very hungry caterpillar. What food did you make, Demi? Did you bring enough for the class? Got some sleep waking up now. Nice. Important to look after yourself. Very important. Sleep is number one. Lettuce burgers with pepper jack cheese, bacon, and pepperoni. Lettuce burgers? Does that mean you didn't use a like bread for the bun? You used like a lettuce wrap instead? Thank you for the caterpillar compliment. So the caterpillar is coming out of James's giant peach. Which you can see there. Lettuce leaves as buns. Fair enough. Well, Strawberry, if you're getting tired and you need to go sleep, then you got to go sleep. Sleep is very important. Where our bodies do its most important work. You stopped eating bread. Oh, okay. Is that because of a dietary restriction that you have? Like you're allergic to gluten or something? Probably going to sleep, so good night. Well, good night then, Strawberry. Thank you for being here. It's been fun as always. But yeah, you need sleep. Everybody needs sleep. I need sleep. Well, I did have a nap earlier after I had some pasta. Please don't chew on the cords. Damn it. You don't know where they've been. Oh, fucking hell. Oh. Oh. I really don't like winter. Can you tell? It's fucking annoying. I'm just getting sick. Heating bills going up. And yeah, there's Christmas, and yeah, there's my birthday, but who gives a fuck? I'm just turning another year older. It's not like I'm fucking ascending to godhood. Do you know what I mean? What do I get? Just a bunch of cards that'll end up in a landfill somewhere because the kind of cards that people produce aren't environmentally friendly and can't be recycled. Yeah. Especially when someone could just like text me a message saying happy birthday. They don't have to fucking. Where are you, you bastard? Yeah, there. They don't have to send me a card at all. They could just go without doing it, and I'd be fine. Entirely unnecessary. There we go. When I get to this kind of stage where I'm like halfway through doing the shading, I like to just turn it off just so I can see whether it actually works. And my god, it does. So we're going to keep going with it. Yes, it is necessary. Motherfucker. Why did I forget to do that? battery is this on? 60. Okay. I mean, it is true what they've just said. A lot of my power cords are all over the place. You never know what you're going to be chewing on. Here's something that I did though when I was. Here's something. Yeah, sugarcone. Here's something that I did though when I was in high school that you might not know about me. Um, I we used to have these power packs that you could plug in, and you could, by lifting up and plugging in switches, you could modulate how many volts it had coming through it, and it would go up to 13. And one day I wanted to know what it would feel like. So because you spark them all the time, and when you spark the croc clips, it was always, ooh, it was exciting. So I wanted to know what that felt like. So I turned it up to 12 and put the croc clips on either end of my train track braces, and then touched my tongue to it, and I like jumped like violently, and I was like, oh yeah, I should probably not do that. Yeah. ADHD go burr. Yeah. I think my playlist has ended. Oh no, it's not. Just a very quiet ending to that song. Sorry for all the sniffing, by the way. I know it's annoying as fuck, but I've got a cold and I can't really help it. I'm doing my absolute best to resist, but it's just hard sometimes.
World of Mars said Booba. Tee hee.
An insightful and important input. The three most important eyes. It's taking shape. Shrimp and water yourself. I need to go and get a, what do you call it? A drink then. Because I've run out of my last one. What do I think of the character? The character's great. I love the character choices that you've made for them. The thing that I was expecting, which you didn't do, was them being more feral. You sort of made them a lot more humanoid than I expected. But that's not a bad thing. But oh. Alright, that's my cue to go and get a drink then. So I can blow my nose off camera. Let me just put this down here. I'll be right back. Oh, God. Wanted them more humanoid. After reading more into tieflings overall, so that tieflings take on traits of the infernal but are still fairly humanoid. So I want to keep to lesser alterations than a fully animalistic being. I get you. And it's a solid character choice. And hello, Gio. Please make sure you're resting, Gio. I know you're bad at it. You must do well at it. You silly goose. Okay. With egg? Been developing a character world with egg? Is that patience? Or some other egg I'm not privy to? And by character world, what do you mean? Like a D&D world? Or as in like OCs living in their own universe kind of deal? Patience. Right, cool. Okay. Let's get the waffle cone finished. Kind of a story world with OCs in it. Start with some random prompts and still unfolding how things work in the world and developing some main characters within it. I mean, sounds like you should make your own homebrew D&D campaign. Because that's all you need to start one. Could be one. Well, this is the thing. The difference between a D&D world and an OC world is nothing. You just got to be cool with your OCs being killed. You just got to remember it's not personal if they if they kill a character that you've put in there for them. That's their imperative. You just gotta Make sure that they understand that there are consequences to their actions. That's how I run all of it. But you know that very well. Something the foggiest set of DM effectively, and the one attempt I made ruined the experience for me. I mean, you just got to get your idea of what the basic rules are, and as soon as you've got the basic rules under your belt, then you could just look up anything that you're unsure of, and get yourself a group of friends who you know will be patient with you if you slip up. That's what I did. I got my best mates together for my first ever campaign, and I was clear with them that I've never played D&D before. This is the first time that I've played it. This is going to be a test run for me and for all of you to see if I'm up to the thing. But I'd also watched and listened to a bunch of D&D actual plays, and I kind of understood the whole sort of gist of it, the vibe, and I knew which DMs I wanted to emulate. Brendan Lee Mulligan being the biggest one. But then I'd also watched a bunch, and I knew that I didn't want to emulate those. I enjoy watching them. I would not enjoy being them. See, I'd just say it comes down to the group you've got. I said the same thing to B. Unkind to me in many ways and wanted to make me suffer. It was a bad situation that they created to crush my spirit. Yeah, I mean, look, I can't speak for everybody, but I think that we've got a really solid group. And if at any point you wanted to do like a one shot just to test how you feel about it, I'm sure that the rest of the group would be happy with that, and I would happily let you take the DM chair so that I can be a player for once. It would be the first time I'd ever actually played as a player, you know? I'd get to create my own character and do cool shit, and I'm all about that. Just some things I'm not really all that into as a DM, you know? I'm not really one for traps. Like Steve and Victor, they like to check for traps all the time. You'll probably never find one because I'll probably never set one. I just don't find it interesting. You don't have to use every single mechanic there is what I'm saying. You could do as much or as little as you want. Whatever floats your boat. Whatever bakes your cake. Be cool. The world Egg and I are developing would be well suited for a campaign, but it's a ways from being fully fleshed out. That's the beauty of it. When I started my first campaign, I had ideas, but it was a lot of it was improv. To be honest, a lot of the things that happen were just improv, because you can prepare as much as you like, but the group will always go in a direction that you didn't count on. They'll always try and talk to the NPC that you didn't have an accent planned for, or a name, or a backstory. You know, they'll always get suspicious over the 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 market seller that's got nothing to do with the campaign and is just a market guy. That's just the way of the world. People are suspicious of everything that they don't know. So you can't prepare for everything. You'd be a fool to try. Even with the massive document that I've got like 20 something thousand words in it for your campaign. It doesn't help some days. Doesn't help at all. Because you guys have always got more questions. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. But that's just what DMing is. Learning how to improvise on the spot. That said, the moments where I've had to improvise have often been my strongest performances. When I think about things ahead of time, it often comes out too thought over and muted. And when I do something improvised, it comes out creepy as fuck and terrifying. That whole thing with Loki, what Loki said and what happened in the what do you call it? In Highfall. That whole sequence of you know screaming fear and all that. That was all improvised. The dreams that you guys had, improvised. Because when I ask you what's on your mind, that's me priming my brain to start thinking about shit that is relevant to your thought process in that moment. So I can't plan what you're going to say. I'd be an idiot to try. So the best thing I can do is to try and figure it out in the moment, and that's worked out okay so far. But that'll be just something that you learn. Just improvise. And you'll find that your mind goes in some very creative ways and directions. And sometimes the best thing to do is to just let it happen. Instead of thinking, but what if? Then just just let it. I think this is nearly done. Well, the first draft anyway. But that's it as well. It might not be something that you're good at now, but give yourself some practice with some friends and it'll come second nature. Because I guarantee you might not think you can do it, but you might surprise yourself too. Because I would not have said that I was good at improvisation. I've always struggled with that kind of thing. Always felt like I needed to plan. As with art, like the amount of research that I did before this. But the moment I started doing it as a DM was amazing. Eye opener. Big eye opener. So, you know, don't discount yourself. Right. James needs some shading. But yeah, man, no pressure. I've said the same thing to B. If B ever DMs, sign me up as a player. Because I know that she's got ideas on it, but everybody's got ideas on it. It's the moment that you decide to execute on those ideas that it becomes reality. And it never will until that day. It'll always just be a, what if? And then the what if never comes. And that's fine. It's not for everybody. Like I say, no pressure. Never any pressure. But if it's going to happen, it's going to happen because you made it happen, not anybody else. That's the way I see it, anyway. Hey, Vegas. College is a pain. Okay, fair enough. And yes, Geo, grandson. I think I just went. I think I just want what exists of the story in the world to have come to it, to have more to it first. Fair enough. I'm curious who your BBEG would be. What would a Mars BBEG look like? Got the concept of that guy going already. He's God, but he's not God. He's part of a long-lived sky-dwelling race, and has fooled the rest of his people into thinking he is God, and that they are angels, and that they are greater beings who have the power of divine judgment over the lower world. Really, they're just super long-lived peoples who can fly and live in the sky. Fair enough. Sounds interesting. Is that the character that you did as the Knoll? Or is that something else? Is that like a player character of yours? No. Knoll's totally separate. Fair enough. guy is just the baddie in the main story of the world we're developing. He cast out one of the angels who had figured out the truth, thinking they would die in the lower world. They survived and met their partner, a shaman, living in hiding in the lower world. Sounds very cool. Sounds a lot like a D&D story. Something that would at least lend itself quite well to it. Something to think about. Lower World is developing a technology that's similar to steampunk but runs off a crystal's energy that gets depleted by certain plant life. This shaman has a secret greenhouse protecting those plants, which is why they're in hiding. Well, yeah, I mean, if you're growing the thing that's going to bring an end to the world, I can imagine why people might not be very happy about that. Or is it just the technology that it runs? Not the world itself. Why am I failing with this hand so badly? There, no more failing. It's exactly the same as the other one now. So it's the technology. Okay. What do I want to do now? Another kid. Need to do another kid. The leadership of the lower world wants those plants gone so they can develop and use more power, but they aren't considering the cast-off and effects the tech is creating, which is why people are trying to flee this place. The lower leadership, though, has entrapped this kingdom to prevent the people from leaving because they still need workers. Fair enough. Also, my tiefling I'm just making for me because I fell in love with the idea of a hyena tiefling. I needed that in my life. Fair enough. Can't argue with that. My partner named her a little extra dose of dopamine for me. The thing that gets me with Tulsa is that it looks, when you first read it, like it looks very close to Tesla. And that's the only thing that gives me the ick. Any association with that dickweed. Spineless cretin. The gland stank man can shove it, and I feel bad for the original Nikola Tesla having his name abused. Yep. Yep. The thing is, Nikola Tesla was an actual genius and inventor. But Elon Musk just takes everybody else's fucking ideas and buys them. He made his money from PayPal because he bought PayPal. Not because he actually made the thing. Fucking idiot. God, I hate him. Yes. And I know that we don't get political, but fucking hell, it's a shitstorm over there at the moment, isn't it? The fuck is going on, man? The whole world has lost its mind. So, yeah, man. Using the military to round up people for deportation on day one. This man can have a second Holocaust and he doesn't even fucking... Nobody cares. Oh, well, we're all Republicans, so we have to toe the line. No, shut the fuck up. Have a spine, you twats. Fucking dingleberries. "25% of the people who voted for the moron already regret the decision, so I don't think it would affect me." Is that true? Did they poll them? Fucking idiots. I love the what do you call it? On the Jimmy Kimmel show, they went out and interviewed people on the street in Hollywood. And said, what was it? It was the day after voting day. And they said, "So are you ready to vote?" Yeah, they were like, "Oh, yeah, I'm ready to vote." They're like, "So have you seen..." Yes, it's fucking stupid. So they're like, "So have you seen many people at the polling stations that you're going to be going to later?" They're like, "Yes, yeah, saw loads of people, loads of people. Oh, so many." And they're like, "Okay, and you know who you're going to vote for?" And they're like, "Yeah, know who I'm going to vote for." But it was the day after polling day, and all these fucking idiots were saying, "Yeah, I'm going to vote for Kamala Harris." Are you fucking... Are you joking? So many of them as well. So many people just, like, completely oblivious to the fact that the voting day had already passed. Yeah, totally. Totally. Fucking idiots. Flowers is what I'm missing. I needed to put flowers in. I've not done it yet. Doesn't really fit. Noticing some gaps in that. Okay, better. Yeah, people are fucking idiots. People are absolute fucking idiots. You don't think it's going to affect you? Are you kidding me? Like, legit, Jimmy Kimmel said everybody that voted for him, like everyone that didn't vote for him and everybody that did, he's not going to be a president for you. You just don't realize it yet. He's going to be a president for himself. Do you know what's really fucked? I'm actually related to RFK Jr. No jokes. Actually related. We have a shared ancestor. Dad name. Yeah, it looks nice with flowers. My ex used to get mad at me that I wouldn't draw. Wouldn't do constant uh, drawings of her kids. Like, dude, got actual shit to do, and you know I'm getting paid to do these other ones. Are you gonna pay me to do your kids? So otherwise, then that's time that I'm giving to you for free, which is nice and all, but you're going to expect this over and over again, and I can't afford to keep doing that. So I'm not setting that precedent. You've got to pay. Yeah, I'm not proud of being related to RFK. He's an absolute lunatic. But so many people in my family are, so kind of par for the course, I guess. Christmas or birthday present. So, Christmas present, I got 1 year, an iPhone and an iPad. Was she happy? Was she fuck? I did the whole what do you call it? I did a gift and a gift and a gift and a gift. So it was a box, an enormous box, and there was nothing in it but another box. And then she opened that box and there was nothing in it but another box. And then she opened that box and there was nothing in it but another box. And then she opened that box and that had the iPad in it. Then she opened the box that was in there with the iPad and there was an iPhone in it. It was after that Christmas, my birthday came because it's the 4th of January, and she'd planned like 4 days of stuff to do. Really wanted to go all out, but after that birthday, it was downhill. Like attacking me, hitting me, sitting on my chest, and like trying to force my head down into the sofa and shit. Yeah, real fucking nice shit. So I was just like, oh, well, you can get fucked, mate. I'm not tolerating this off anybody. It was like half my body weight, so I just bench pressed her off my face and threw her on the floor. She's like, you can't do that. I'm like, yes, I fucking can. You try to fucking suffocate me. Piss off. The fuck else am I gonna do, you dickhead? Like I say, absolute dickbag. So, very little sympathy for the cunt. It's funny, my one of my best mates saw her out and about with her boyfriend that she had after me, and he was having a go at her in the street because she was throwing a strop. Apparently, my friend was stuck in traffic, and she goes past the window, stropping at him, and they're carrying their shopping bags from one of the big supermarkets here, Sainsbury's, and she's complaining and saying, "We need to get the taxi. Why are you walking away? We should get the taxi. We should get a taxi." He's like, "You're seeing how tied up all of the traffic is here, right? If we get the taxi, then everything will defrost and melt in our bags before we even get it back. We have to walk at least to the end of this road to get the taxi. So shut up and get here." And she just wouldn't fucking listen. And she just sort of like grumbled and whinged, and then eventually just gave in and did it anyway. Because he'd walked off. I was just like, I've got respect for this dude. I've got fucking respect for this dude. Like, yes, mate. Your problem now, man. She had a baby with him as well. Yeah. She actually, like, she had, I mean, she had problems, but she had these weird preconceptions. She was the one that didn't believe that dinosaurs were a real thing. She thought that mermaids and fairies were, though. Ridiculed me for believing that dinosaurs had existed. Fully believed everything that they taught in Catholic school. Well, let's face it, in the church, not in school. Even schools taught us that evolution was a thing and that dinosaurs existed. I went to Catholic school. Yeah. Yeah, we went round like a part of this zoo that had like big animatronic dinosaurs, and she was laughing at me and taking the piss and saying, "I can't believe you believe that these giant lizards were a real thing. You're insane. You're crazy," and taking the piss out of me. And then I was just like, "You believe that mermaids are real?" She's like, "How dare you take the piss out of me?" I'm like, "Bitch, you just fucking did the same thing to me. What the fuck are you talking about?" Yeah, just lunatic, absolute lunatic. Yeah, people like that really exist. Whenever she had expired food, she would give it to her mum because her mum would eat it. Her mum knew that it was expired, knew that it had gone old, and wouldn't care, would still eat it. Didn't believe in food waste. Doesn't make a difference, mate. Like, that's not just food waste, that's just, like, bad sense. What the fuck are you doing? You should not be eating shit like that, you know? Didn't give a fuck. Just ate everything. I kind of respect it, but at the same time, this is insane. What the fuck are you doing? They were a real fucking double team. So they got antibiotics once, right? And they were arguing about it. So the argument was they argued with me about it. Is what I was going to say. The argument was it says on the box to complete the course, and they were like, so that means finish the box. I was like, no, it doesn't, because you'll have some spare from what they've prescribed. They've said to take, like, I think it was like 3 a day for 5 days or something, and there was 7 days worth of tablets in the box. And I was like, that doesn't mean that you take a week's worth of tablets. You'll end up taking too many. And they're like, no, that's not possible. They wouldn't do that. There's got to be a mistake with that. No, finish the course must mean finish the box. That's the only thing that makes sense. I'm like, no, this is a normal prescription for this antibiotic. You take just what's prescribed, and they've prescribed 5 days, not 7. So don't take too many. You'll end up, taking too much. And it'll end up getting resistant. And they're like, no, that doesn't make any sense. No, we'll just take the full box. I'm like, I'm a fucking nurse. I know what the fuck I'm talking about. Like, literally, this is my job. I trained for years to know what I'm doing. You're not going to listen to me? Like, yeah, you don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, wow. How fucking arrogant do you have to be to look a medical professional in the eye and say, I know better than you? Especially when you don't fucking believe that dinosaurs were a thing. Jesus. Yeah, unfortunately, Delulu people also get to procreate, so... Speaking of procreate, what do we think? Does this look good? Oof. My left hand's gone numb. And I've been going for 4 hours, so I think it might be time to call it a day. The other thing that I need to check is whether putting more opacity on this would work. That's 90% opacity. Honestly, I kind of like it better that way. Because it's supposed to be a very sunny day. So it makes sense that it would have a deeper shade. Yeah, I like it. Right. Okay. Oh, God. The colours aren't 100% accurate on stream to what I'm seeing on my iPad screen. So, this is not a 100% accurate representation of what it's actually going to be. But I like it, and I'm going to keep this as my first draft, and if there's any changes that I need to make to it, then at least I've got something down. So I'm going to keep this as is, send it to the competition winner from last year, my mate, see what his feedback is, and if there's anything to add, then I'll add it. But at the moment, I kind of like the negative space as is. I don't feel like I need to put in like a grass texture on anything because I quite like the flat. But there we go. So that's going to be it for me for this stream. Shall we see who's on? I think there's enough of us to go and raid someone. So shall we have a look? Who have we got on? Matitude, Lale, Irv Conic, Cookie Jar Pottery. You got any recommendations? We're going to raid someone small. I don't like raiding big people for attention. You know, like, oh, raid someone that's, you know, got 500 viewers at the moment, because they'll just discard you and say, oh, thanks for the 7. What the fuck are you doing here? You know what I mean? I prefer to help out the little people. Because I'm a little person. And I like little people. My people. Yeah. I'm thinking of Cookie Jar Pottery, to be honest. The one thing that's putting me off going to Cookie Jar Pottery is that they're playing Baldur's Gate 3, and I fucking hate that game. Pixie in a can. Let's see. Sure. Well, if you are following, use raid message 1. If you are subbed, use raid message 2. Oh, I need to... It will work if you copy and paste it. Here. Yeah, I need to give Moobot what do you call it? Subscription again. Anyway, we're going to go and raid into Pixie in a Can. Hope to see you all soon. I know that it's not quite Thursday for me yet. I've got another 8 minutes until it is. But that means that tomorrow / later on, we're going to be doing the next session of D&D. Hope to see everybody there. It's going to be fun. Thank you for being here for this art time that I've had. It's been fun as well. But 4 hours of art when I'm feeling sick is about as much as I can tolerate. So we're going to go have fun. Remember, if you can't be good to yourself, then at least have fun. And I will see you all around soon. Goodbye.